Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Farming Simulator 25. My name is Spartan Elite 43, and tonight we are on our way to harvesting our field. That's what we're going to be getting into today. We've got all of the soybeans that we should be able to harvest today. It is officially October. Also, I managed to make a little bit of progress on the thing up here. I'll go show you guys the house real quick. What up, Kushti? Dark, good to see you guys. Look, folks, it progressed slightly. I know, it's crazy. We now have a floor on top of the brick wall. Isn't that something? So we're getting there, a little bit at a time. But it is bugged out again, and I have to wait till it decides not to be bugged out again, because there doesn't seem to be any way that I can force it to go forward. It just simply happens occasionally. So, yeah. But look at the fog laying in the valleys over the top of our fields that are ready to harvest. It is a beautiful morning on Adalos Farms, and we are going to get out here and do what we got to do to get this party started. So, with that being said, let's jump into Harvester. It's time. It's time to reap what we have sown. Literally. That's how that works. Woohoo! Look at all them soybeans. We're going to have all the money today, boys. Well, not today, but in about 6 months. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the AI set up to go ahead and harvest. They just hit my car. Somebody get the license plate. He just hit my harvester. I want his insurance. He better have insurance, too. Otherwise, I'm going to take it out of his booty. What up? Kushti, Dart, Ender, Cerrito. Commander Tragic, good to see you. Appreciate you for the like. Mitchell Becker, what up? Welcome to the stream. Cheston, good to see you. Hanzo, Paul, good to see you guys. Good morning. Buzzy as well. Hope everybody's having a great start to their day, or middle of their day, depending on where you are, or even possibly the evening, depending on where you're watching from. But yeah, we're going to have a good time today. Now, one of the things we're going to have to do, oh, by the way, if you didn't see in the last episode, we did manage to take out a loan and get a newer, more powerful tractor that looks absolutely gorgeous in this new Valtra. You got to love it. We spared no expense on this little beauty, but she's going to do just fine for us. And I look forward to seeing what she's capable of over the coming years. But we do have quite a bit of wood in here, so we're good there. Let's get our tractor ready and hook up. Actually, I forgot. We have this guy already hooked up to the trailer because we were ready for the harvest. So we can take our original tractor over there and get ready to... Oh, I guess we weren't hooked up. Never mind. I take it all back. But no, we'll get this tractor out here. We'll go over here and pick up all the soybeans from our BEA. Beautiful harvester. It's going to be a good day. How can it not be? Oh, by the way, I'm using the new controller that Jess bought me, so that's cool. It feels great in the hand. It's nice to have a new controller where the buttons actually work. Look, my right bumper works, folks. I can just click it on and off whenever I want and not have to worry. It's great. It's what a concept. Thank you, Jess. If you see, oh, you're here. She's here. Good to see you guys. Welcome, everybody. Crystal Wright, good morning. Finally caught up on the lives. Awesome. Awesome. Now you get to see all of the progress in person. That's beautiful. RC Mark, good to see you as well. I'm sorry to hear that you haven't been well, but welcome to the stream, my dude. Hopefully you're feeling better. What up, BA? Good to see you as well. Always good to see everybody hanging out on the farm early in the morning for a beautiful harvest. It's going to be great. Also, by the way, it's currently snowing outside. I know. Crazy. Been raining all night long, and it just switched over to snow. So we're supposed to get... Initially, they called for 1 to 3 inches, but now they've knocked that back to like a dusting to an inch. So not going to be quite as much snow this time, but it is the first snowfall of the year, technically. So there's that. The trees, they still don't exist. They gone. They gone for good, from what I understand. Unfortunate as it may be, though it's not all for nothing. I could potentially use that flat ground right there as a field. Maybe we buy the field next to it. We combine them into one bigger field, or we can use that for building potentially. Maybe that will be our equipment storage area slash farming area, which would be a lot easier than dealing with everything on the side of this mountain. Which means we essentially bought this property for the house. We're going to be putting the house on the hill. We've cleared the trees. Eventually, we'll get rid of all the stumps. But yeah, it's not an ideal scenario. We've bought a lot of land that we're not going to be able to use, which is probably not the best financial investment we've made. But we definitely made our money back by selling all the trees through the beginning of the playthrough. So I feel okay about the investment, especially considering once we're done and we get to like get everything finished, the house will be finished and we can clean up some of the tree stumps and stuff. I feel like it'll be great. And like I said, we definitely made our money back on the property, so we're not worried about that. Is the Yamato good battleship in World of Warships Legends? The Yamato is a fantastic... Oopsie. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get in your way, brother. Didn't mean to do it. But yeah, Yamato is a fantastic ship. It's a ship that you got to learn to use. It's extremely powerful, but it's also very capable of being sent back to port in a moment's notice because of a big oopsie, right? So as long as you learn the weaknesses of the Yamato and learn to mitigate that, she's easily one of, if not the strongest battleships in the game. But yeah, we're farming, so it's gonna be a good day. I mean, look at the soybeans. You just love to see it, you know. Yeah, I mean they're not rendering in, so you can only see like the edge of the field, but they're there. I promise. Unlike our trees, the soybeans seem to not disappear into the aether. Right? Look at it. Look, there's soybeans there. It may not render in all the time, but they exist. Unlike my trees. Did I just get run over by a car? I knew it. You thought you were sneaky. Thought I wouldn't notice, but I did. Anyway, so yeah, we've got our 3 fields of soybeans, which we are going to be using to get all of our money. We still have just under $200,000 in the bank. A lot of that's from loans, so it's take it with a grain of salt. Jesus! I'm walking here! Traffic in this game is horrendous. Why do they hate me so much? Yeah, Jess is literally like Beetlejuice when it comes to controllers. You're not wrong. Say controllers 3 times, Jess pops up. You rang? Freezing in the UK? Hate the cold? It's that time of year, brother, man. It's that time of year. I understand. I don't mind the cold. In Ohio, we get the best and worst of everything, right? Like, we get the extreme heat. We get the extreme cold. Like, it's just a yearly thing for us, so we're used to it. We don't have the North Atlantic current to keep us warm. So at least you guys got that. Farming Simulator 25 can play on the Xbox One. It is only for the Xbox Series X and S and the PS5 as well as PC, as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, it has to be the current gen consoles. So it is not backwards compatible, unfortunately. But FS22 is, and so if you haven't had a chance to play that game, I highly recommend you check it out. That game has a lot of the same stuff that we have here, except this one obviously improves on certain aspects of the game with the extra computing power of the newer consoles. Unfortunately not, Taurine. Appreciate you, though. Is it Taurine or is it Torian? I'm not sure. What up, Hanzo? Eric? Good to see you guys. Good morning. Ricky? This man is on so much I can't keep up with the days. I'm sorry, but I'm not, because I love the games. I love to stream. Like I'm not very good with the whole editing thing, right? So I'm so much better at just hanging out, chilling, relaxing, playing a game live for you guys, and hoping that you guys get to hang out and enjoy it with me. Like that's what I enjoy the most. And despite what people seem to think, like I don't know. What up, Aaron? How's it going? But yeah, it's always nice to be able to just kind of relax and enjoy a nice harvest. All your years worth of hard work getting the rewards right now. Well, not the rewards yet, but we're getting closer to the rewards. I love how this little inexpensive harvester has done us so good, man. It's hard to argue with this little thing, man. This thing has done so well for the farm. It's one of those things that just it was the right decision, right? Like you don't need a gigantic harvester, a modern harvester right off the bat, spending $500,000 on it. You know, you can get this thing relatively cheap, and it does everything you need it to do. Literally everything you could ever ask of it. Not sure if you're going to continue with your farm sim episodes. It's not really getting any views. Sorry to hear that, Jess, but I totally understand. Um, but I don't do this for the views as much as I would love for this series to take off. I would love for this series to take off. I would love for it to become bigger than my World Warships Legends content. I don't think that's going to be a thing, but I would love for that to be a thing, right? But yeah, I don't do it for the views. I simply play the game because I enjoy it, and then whatever happens, happens, right? Like I can't control everybody. I can only just do the best I can to enjoy the game, and if people enjoy what I do, then they'll come watch, right? It's not easy to break out of or break into a new genre, but it's even harder to start your channel up, and that's where you're at right now. Your channel is just starting. You can make the channel whatever you want to make it, right? That's the beauty of early on. Like, you don't have an audience to get upset at you for changing games or anything like that. You simply have a growing audience, right? So you can take that and make it whatever you want. That's the beauty of it. But it's not easy, and I try to explain that to everybody that is interested in content creation. Like, don't start out thinking that your channel's going to blow up and you're going to be a big star or anything like that. Just, it takes time. It takes forever to grow your channel. Unless you're one of the very few people that are able to just knock everything out the park immediately, which I am not. I've been doing this 8 years to get to where I'm at, and I am very fortunate to be in this position that I am. But like, it's one of those things, like, it's not easy, man. It is a heck of a grind. The amount of hours that you get early on that you just don't get any sort of return off of, like, it's rough, for sure. Have I ever played Alien Isolation? I have not. The last Alien game that I played like that was Aliens versus Predator back in the day. That was fun. Well, that was quick, Jess. You're easy to convince. But seriously, it takes time. Everything takes time. Like, you're not going to be able to just start up and then immediately, like, it took me 3 years to hit 300 or to hit 3,000 subscribers, right? 3 years, and that was 2 videos a day, 5 days a week, for 3 years, on an internet connection from the middle of nowhere that took 8 hours to upload a video. And I'm not exaggerating. Do I kind of wish I'd have formed the channel around a different game? No, not really. I think my channel has been a really good progression of just me in particular, right? Like I play the games that I enjoy, and then my audience tends to enjoy those games as well. Now, this is a pretty big pivot away from the games that I have played in the past. Farming Sim is completely new to me. We played a series on it at the end of Farming Sim 22's life, and now we're getting into Farm Sim 25. So I'm hoping to carry some of the viewers over to Farm Sim. It seems like there's been a few people that once they watch it a little bit, they end up downloading the game, they enjoy it, and I think there is some carryover there with running heavy equipment and being around like just engineering stuff. Like there's a lot there, and this is like the complete opposite of like the competitive online multiplayer genre, right? Like jumping into a game that's a lot of just chill, enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying just the satisfaction of doing the work. Like it's a different feeling, and I think that there's gonna be more people than they realize once they give it a chance, that they would be able to enjoy it as well. But it's also going to come down to me being able to gain a following by sharing my content with my audience that I'm looking to reach, right? Like, because I've said it before, I'll say it again. I have basically completely tapped out the market for World of Warships Legends. Like, there's just not much there. The game's already in a decline, so like you're noticing a drop-off in views for the game, despite me still getting anywhere from 350 to 400,000 views every single month on the game. It's still, obviously slowing down. Like, I can see it in my analytics. I see it in, my monthly numbers going down. And so I can sit here and be like, okay, well, I see the writing on the wall, right? Like, I've got to find a pivot away to try to give me some more longevity. I've done this before on the channel. It worked out really well for me. It just takes time to figure out how the content that you make appeals to the audience that you're trying to reach, right? So if I can figure out, and I've done a lot of, I watch a lot of Farming Sim content. That is something that I think a lot of people don't understand. I watch a lot of Farming Simulator content. I enjoy it. It's fun to watch. I enjoy relaxing. The content creators like Farmer Cop, like Daggerwin, like Clutch, Farming Sim Swoo, or whatever his name is, SWU, like all those guys, I love watching their content. So I try to find a niche that I can try to fit into, and I think that my personality would be a little bit different for the genre, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I'm not Clutch by any stretch of the imagination, but I feel like I'm closer to Clutch than most of the other creators for the game. And Clutch is extremely popular because of his brand of entertainment, right? So I just simply got to find out what works for me in this genre, and I can make it work. Can I cultivate rice? Eventually, yes. Right now, I can't because the property that I own doesn't really lend itself to rice all that well, but yes, rice is in the game, and it is absolutely something that you can do. You actually have to set up, let me go in, I'll have to go into the menu real quick. Hold that thought. If you go to the construction menu, you can go over here and go to the orchards, right? Okay, apparently that's not it. Okay. Where is it? Ah, there you go. Under the cultivation in the factories thing. So you've still got the old grapes, you've got the olives, but now you have rice fields that you can set up. And the rice fields are pretty awesome because you can like take a piece of flat ground. You can have a big area, but it needs to be relatively flat because it's got to be built into the ground and capable of being flooded, right? Which is a new mechanic in the game. Alright, we're going to go ahead and ship the AI off for now. Go ahead and finish. Whoops. Finish this real quick. Go over here and load up the old trailer and head over to our next field. What up, Shameless? How's it going? Reed, good to see you. Tim as well. Established Farm Sim Fridays. Let everyone know all the Farm Sim fans will gather in one stream. Do a large rice field. Smaller fields are not worth it. I mean, rice in general is a pretty good cash crop in this game. I mean, it's a new feature. They wanna push it, so it makes sense that it would be a little bit more productive. But yeah, depending on the size of the field, you're gonna get a bigger return, right? Like, it just makes sense. The more you make, the more you earn. So depending on what your goals are, like, if you're just looking to try it out, a smaller field is fine to get the hang of it, and then once you get that, then you can find a bigger field that you can turn into a rice field. Alright, let's go ahead and set this up. We'll get this trailer brought over. I don't remember how much we end up with, so we're going to go ahead and put this away. The fact that we got 8,700 liters of soybeans off that field feels pretty good. This is basically what we got the first time around for the total soybeans. And I forget how much it was. I want to say it was like $15,000 or maybe it was $11,000. Is what we earned off of this field last time. But we're going to be able to get a lot more than that, because now we've got another field that is about the same size and a third field that is way bigger than both of them. So, yeah, all's going to be good. But for now we just kind of hang out. I don't need to go too crazy here. I can just park over here and wait. Enjoy the look from the inside of the harvester. You enjoy watching me play more chill games like Farm Sim and UAD? Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy too, Captain Brian. Play without all the legend stress. Yeah, I mean that's a given, right? Like, I don't think, as much as it is entertaining to see somebody lose their mind occasionally, like, I also don't think that that's what most people tune in for all the time. Like, it does wear you out on it after a while. So, like, I get it. Trust me, I do get it. And that's why I play games like this, too. Just kind of give myself a little bit of a break. But the farm's coming along. Appreciate you guys all dropping in. I hope you guys are enjoying. Soybeans actually doesn't have a very high yield per acre, but they have a very good price per yield, right? Like, generally speaking, soybeans, one of the best cash crops, and they're easy to do, right? They're very little work required for soybeans. You do your normal field work, and then you harvest it. But yeah, you don't get as much soybeans off of a field as you would, say, canola or some other grains and stuff like that. But the price per the 1,000 liters is much nicer for soybeans. Though they have brought it down a little bit, I think, from Farm Sim 22. And yeah, I definitely get to interact a lot more with you guys in these more chill, smaller live streams where we don't have as many people, chatting. Though it would be nice to have more people chatting, because I still think I would do a lot better job of reading chat in a game like this, where I get to kind of relax, let AI do some things while we just hang out and chit-chat. Your next Farm Sim stream will be tomorrow night? Well, I will definitely be dropping by. You know me, I like to hang out and chit-chat for a little while. I may not get to stay for the entire streams, but I do like to hang out. It also depends on what time, too, because, you know, I go to the gym about 6:30 p.m. every day, so depends on the timing. Enjoying any snow? It literally just changed over to snow, Rogue. It's been raining here basically all night long. It's been very windy the last 2 days I say the last 2 days. Last 24 hours been very windy here in Ohio. We had a nice storm system come through yesterday. Wasn't super like heavy storms or anything like that, but dropped a lot of rain, which we needed in this area. Like we've been in a drought all year long, so any rain that we get is definitely going to be beneficial. But we had a lot of heavy wind, man. We were having probably 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts for a lot of yesterday, and sustained winds of 30 to 50 miles an hour. Like it was kind of nuts. It's the kind of wind that, as it's sustained for so long, starts to drain your toilet. If you, depending on where you live, you should have a breather tube for your plumbing, right, in your house. I live in an apartment building, so my plumbing basically goes to the roof. Like my breather tube, usually you'll see it go all the way up through the walls of the apartment building, and out the top you'll see these little vents, right? So there's a vent, and as the wind blows over the top of the vent, it lowers the pressure in the system because you're creating a vacuum. So you'll notice that like the water level in your toilet bowl will drop if you get under sustained winds for a long time, and that's always interesting to me. Or depending on the gusts, you can actually watch the water level in your toilet bounce up and down, which is kind of funny. Oh my God! Jess coming and dropping a $50 bomb with 50 gifted on the channel. Good God. Thank you so much, Jess. Get some goats in the chat, man. You're always so generous to me, Jess. Thank you so much. What's new with this game from the last one? Well, there's ground deformation. There's new weather effects like the fog. You got the different mechanics in the game from like all of the new crops that are added, machinery that is added. Some of the stuff that was changed is like all of the equipment is now fully animated where it wasn't before. Like sure, the spinner up there that keeps stuff off of the fan to keep the machine cool has always kind of rotated. But now, like if you, well, as soon as we get to a spot where the sun actually shines on it, I'll zoom in on it. You can see all the pulleys and belts and shakers and stuff like that working on the machines. That's all new. But yeah, the maps look way better. The visual style of the game, I think, has improved quite a bit over Farm Sim 22 from it's less cartoony, less video gamey, a little bit better aesthetic. As soon as we get to a point, like it's gonna be hard because we don't really get a good look at the sun, but yeah, you can kind of see it here where all of the pulleys are now animated, the belts, the shakers, the different parts you can see are moving. Like all of that stuff is pretty new. I don't think that they did that in the previous versions, or at least not on the like vanilla stuff. I know some of it was done. A lot of the textures have been redone, like these soybeans, for instance, look a lot more plant-like and not like JPEGs. So I like that. They're more 3D looking. And you can see like just the way they're fed into the machine, I mean, looks way better than they did in the previous game. So they've done a lot. A lot of people are saying this is like Farm Sim 22 and a half. I disagree. I think there is enough new features, new stuff added to the game. The towns feel a lot more alive. I mean, we've got not just the train that you can sell to, but now we've got a river barge, as you can see, going up the river. Like that's new. You got ferries in the game now that allow you to cross the river at different points using a ferry system, which is nice. So there is a lot that has been changed about the game. Yeah, you could do that in the previous version too, where you could change the height of the header. I usually just let it do it automatically. There's no real reason to adjust it, but yeah, you can absolutely do that. I've got it under an AI right now, so it won't let me do it, but yeah. I'm pretty sure that was a feature in the previous game as well. Used to play the mobile version, nice. And exactly, Bemis. Like a lot of the stuff isn't like immediately obvious. And like I said, yesterday, or not yesterday, but the day before, we did a Farm Sim stream where we actually got to see the tornado for the first time, which is a new feature. They actually have hail in the game as well, as far as I'm aware. The snow also is still around. So there's a lot of stuff. And like I said, the ground deformation is a big part of this now as well, which we don't get to see a lot of when we're harvesting. But when you're tilling up the soil and stuff, making it soft, you can notice that you're sinking in. You can see the 3D ground sunk in here as where the tires have gone over compared to the other rows. You can see it a little bit better from here, maybe. I'm not sure if you can or not. I know bit rate on YouTube isn't the greatest. I have this running at a high bit rate. I'm streaming at 1080 so that I can kind of have a, you know, an immediate reaction from you guys. We can chit chat and have a good time, like in real time almost. So I could stream this in 4K, but unfortunately the bit rate is something I can't do anything about. The YouTube compression is horrendous at times for live streams, and there's not much I can do about that. I already run this at really high bit rate to try to give us the best quality possible. But yeah, I know it still pixelates and gets all wonky at times. What up, Skillator? How's it going? Jay, how's it going? Better than the bitrate on Twitch? Yes and no, depending on your connection speed. Twitch is literally set up for streaming, right? Like, that's the whole thing. And because it's built for streaming, it handles the streaming a little bit better. As far as, like, the YouTube side of things, like, the good thing about YouTube is you can choose your like, view quality, right? So, like, if I'm streaming at 1080 and you're not able to watch in 1080 because you have a slower internet connection and it's high bitrate stream, you can drop to, like, 480, for instance, if you need to. While that makes the quality worse, it's an option, whereas Twitch doesn't have that. Twitch, you are locked into the like, view quality that is available. And if you've got a slower internet connection, like I did for the longest part of my the longest part of, trying to think of what I'm trying to say here. Having a bad internet connection for as long as I did definitely kept me away from Twitch. Right, so that's why I ended up in the YouTube space. Because I can't watch Twitch, right? I never could. Also, I feel like the ability to like choose your ads and stuff for the moment, in terms of like choosing like when ads are displayed and stuff like that, YouTube has made leaps and bounds in that area, allowing us to better tailor the viewing experience for the audience. Also, speaking of ads, just dropped a $50 bomb, so that means ads are now going to be turned off, and I completely forgot. So let me get that. So no more ads for the rest of the stream. Thanks to Jess. Appreciate you. And yeah, I mean, when it comes to audience size, it's a no contest. YouTube definitely has a bigger audience. But the audiences are very different. So like, when it comes to streaming, YouTube is a little bit behind in the streaming audience, right? There are a lot of big streamers on YouTube, but most people go to Twitch for live streams, and they go to YouTube for the daily videos or whatever, like the full videos, edited content, that sort of thing. Which also kind of hurts us streamers on YouTube, because the way that the algorithm works, they're not going to push your content as quickly as, say, a video. Like, it's just not as popular on the platform. Well, I hope your day gets better, Jay. Not sure what's going on, but I'm glad you got to drop in. There's also a lot more particles in this version. You can see like the little bugs flying around and stuff like that. But there's a lot of bugs in general that they're gonna have to work on, which I'm sure they will. They have a pretty good team over there that works on things. So hopefully they'll be able to get to the bottom of a lot of the game-breaking bugs that are in the game currently. Also the optimization. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, but I have faith that they're going to get things fixed and stabilized and get everything where it should be. And I can't wait for more mods. There's already been 2 mods that I saw added today, so I went ahead and added them to the game, which was some modded structures and stuff that we might be able to add on our farm at some point. Some new wooden sheds and stuff like that. But again, we're a long ways from being able to beautify our farm. Gotta get some stable income before we can start blowing it on building things. Yeah, that is basically a super chat or a superpower. You're not wrong, but also depends on how many like people are viewing in the moment. But yeah, there are streamers that are fully capable of multitasking like absolute insanity, like insane levels. I'm not that. Like if I'm struggling, like if I'm concentrating on one thing, I struggle to like look over a chat at the same time. Um, but yeah, I do a better job when we don't have 500 people in the chat. You know what I mean? Um, but it also like it depends on what game you're playing, how much concentration it takes to play that game. Like World of Warships Legends requires a lot of me paying attention to what's going on around me, paying attention to the minimap, paying attention to who's alive, where they're at, who's got crossfires, where I can be best used, how far behind or ahead we are to try to put myself in the best possible chance to win the match. So there, it's a little bit harder for me to keep up, and then you got 300 plus people in the chat, so it's really hard to keep up. And exactly, that's the beauty of streams as well. You can go about your day. You can be cleaning the house. You can be driving your car somewhere and just listening to the stream in the background. You could be, that's what I like about streams. Streams are kind of like a podcast. You don't necessarily have to see the visuals of a live stream to enjoy just chit-chatting and hanging out with the streamer, depending on who you enjoy watching. Situational awareness, exactly. And depending on how much situational awareness you need, it can be difficult to look over. My setup isn't exactly ideal either. I've got like a big old, I think it's a 43 or 48 inch TV that I play my games on, okay? And then off to my right, I have a little 17 inch, I think. It's either a 15 or 17 inch old school Dell monitor that I have you guys on, so that I have to look over, I have to physically look over to my right in order to read chat, which requires me to look away from the game that I'm playing at the time. So it's not ideal, but I do my best. I do my best. But thank you guys all for joining me. I hope you guys are enjoying. It's good to see we have 46 people in the chat, so much appreciated. You hope they fix the AI or courseplay mod comes out. What are you having trouble with AI? Like the AI is fine for me. Like you set up the GPS and the AI does everything just fine. I haven't had any issues out of the AI. That's another thing that they made way better. Way better. Your 3-year-old is requesting me honk the horn. Well, I'd be well, I can't honk that. Well, hold the thought. I have to fire the guy first. It's got a wimpy horn, unfortunately. There you go. Alright. Let's get him back in there. Hopefully he continues where he left off. I think he will. What up, Arrow Boy? Good to see you as well. Appreciate you dropping in. He's giggling. Aw. Kids are adorable, man. Until they're not. There are times where kids are absolutely the most adorable thing on the planet. There are times when kids are absolute savages. I love my nieces. I got 3 nieces and a nephew. From all the way from like toddler all the way up to, I think my oldest niece is good lord, 9? Is she 9 or 10? Ah, God, I'm an awful uncle. I always forget. I have the worst memory of anybody that I know. But yeah, I love them to death. But there are times where they can be absolute savages. Even on smaller, like more crazy fields, I mean, I generally have not had any trouble. The AI tends to do things inside the field boundaries, so like they shouldn't be running into fences and trees and stuff like they used to. So that's always good, right? But they have definitely made huge improvements with the adding the GPS in, so you can do the GPS yourself if you want, or do the field work yourself using GPS for console. I know that was the thing on PC before, but yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to them adding a lot of the mods that we've loved in previous games back into the game. Can't wait till they get that stuff back. Like Tree Be Gone, huge. I want my Tree Be Gone real bad. And then some of the equipment and stuff that I've used, which was so good. You love Bluey? I actually don't watch a lot of those shows. My nieces and nephew, they tend to watch, like, they watched Bluey for a little while, but then there was the Peppa Pig phase, and then there was the Pound Patrol, and then it was the Octonauts, and then it's the oh, what is the superhero one? There's a superhero version now too. I can't remember what it's called. They got like a ladybug and God, I can't think of it. I can't think of it. But it's funny to watch kids go through so many phases, right? Like they're like, oh, I'm the Pound Patrol. Now I'm this. Now I'm that. And it's like they've got it all. Then the movies that they get into with like Frozen, and then you know, Moana, oh, what is that? What is the Encanto was another one that they love. Like, it's so much fun, and to watch little kids become like individual people is fun too. Because at a certain age, most kids are basically the exact same, right? But then as they get older, they start to develop their own little personalities, and you can start to see that each one of them is unique in their own way. It's so adorable. Like kids are something else, man. Also, is that a deer? That's a deer. There's a deer in my field as we're harvesting. Look out, deer! Get off my field. Leave my soybeans alone. I need all the money I can make. Bluey World in Australia. Nice. Your wife liked Frozen more than your kids did? I think it's like I enjoy watching. Like, I'm a people watcher in general, right? Like, I'm not the most social person in the world. I love my nieces and my nephew to death, and I go down there. We have a great time every time I'm down there. Like, we go crazy, right? I'm the fun uncle. Everybody, all my nieces and my nephew love me to death when we go down there because we have a good time every time I go down there. But it is funny because like we all get into singing. Like we love music. It's great. Like I enjoy the crap out of it. Well, I mean, they can't really do much worse than they have in the past with the Olympics, to be honest. Like, the Olympics, I remember growing up, the Olympics were kind of like the big deal. Like, everybody wanted to watch the Olympics. It was, there are a lot of pride involved for the nations that are in the Olympics. But then the Olympics became more of a spectacle and less of, showcasing the amazing aptitude of the athletes, right? Um, and that's where I start to fall off, man. I feel like everything nowadays has tried to turn itself into something it's not. Like, what is wrong with just being the Olympics, right? Like, why can't you just be the Olympics? Showcase the events. You can make the athletes the center of attention and allow the whole thing to shine. But then they step into the realm of like all of the marketing and stuff that goes on, and it's just like, it's just so dumb, man. And then they start throwing politics into everything, because God knows we need more politics into everything we do, right? Like, you can't escape it. No matter where you go, it's just politics everywhere. It's like nobody wants to see that. We get politics jammed down our throat every time we turn around. Like, can we please just allow us to have one thing that isn't just politics? Exactly. That's another thing in sports. Everything is a political statement now. And I'm not saying that people can't have their opinions. Like, everybody's entitled to their opinions. You've got a platform. Use your voice for whatever you deem necessary. But also, you got to realize that there's a lot of us that just don't want to hear about the same things over and over again. We enjoy you as an athlete. We enjoy watching what you do, what you're capable of, because we wish that we were capable of doing those things, right? Like, most of us look at athletes, we look up to athletes as like, this is incredible feats of human, like, prowess, like stuff that we would never be able to accomplish. That's why we look up to these people. And then it just seems like every time that we do that nowadays, we're just shoved, like, they shove everything in our face about everything, and it's like, we don't want that. We just want to enjoy what you do. Why is that so hard? You know, I'm not saying you can't have your opinions, but keep your opinions separate from the thing that you're doing. Right? If you want to start a YouTube channel and use your fame as an athlete to speak up and speak out about the things that you feel necessary, fine. But while you're playing a basketball game, or while you're playing a football game, or while you're doing what you do, like, we just want to see that. Right? We don't want to be bombarded with politics every time we turn around, and that's basically all everything is nowadays. And then you get called the bad person because you're saying that people don't have the right to speak. No, they have the right to speak, but I have the right to not listen as well. And then you get called a bad person for tuning out because you don't want to see the dumb stuff, right? Like, we get it shoved down our throat everywhere we turn around. Like, so then we're like, okay, well, fine, I'll just find something else to do. I don't have to watch your football, all right? Oh, but then viewership is down because more athletes are speaking up, and that makes you a bad person. No, it just means that we don't want to hear politics every time we watch a football game. Right? Like, I don't see how that's not correlation. Like, but again, they try to dramatize everything and make everything out to make you feel bad. And at the end of the day, they wonder why everybody's like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to watch. It's like everybody leaving California because California has turned into such a mess over the past decade. Like, people are leaving because it's just a mess. It has nothing to do with what you want to say it is. It's just that it is a mess. The fact that anybody can live there, the only reason anybody does live there right now is because of just how gorgeous it is over there, right? But, like, it turns into all of this craziness and chaos, and it seems like everybody fans the flames of chaos everywhere you go. And then they wonder why people leave, and then they call you a terrible person for leaving. And it's like, how can you blame somebody for tuning out when it's just total nonstop nonsense and chaos all the time? Twitter is full of tweets. Yeah, I don't even get on Twitter hardly anymore. Like, I'll go if I think that there's like a world event, because it is pretty much the one place that you can see like what's trending around the world, like world events and stuff that could potentially happen. But other than that, like, there really is no reason. And I'm not a big Elon Musk fan. I know I've talked about that a few times. I think that guy's the biggest con man in history. But again, I understand why people like him. He's good at selling things, but I don't like him personally. I think he's like I said, the biggest con man in history, and I think that's pretty obvious. But like, one thing that you can't say about the man is that he has the business prowess, right? Like, he legitimately has made every business that he has been involved in lose money. And right now, everybody will point to Tesla. Everybody will point to SpaceX and be like, "Well, look at what he's doing." It's like, no, he's not. If you look more into it, it's government subsidies keeping those companies afloat. The only thing that has kept him from being bankrupt up to this point is that. The only reason he's quote unquote the richest man in the world is he's the richest man in the world on paper, right? He owns a lot of shares in his companies, which have overinflated stock price values. That make no sense compared to other businesses in the same business space. And it's eventually people are going to catch on to the fact that like everything that he says he's going to do is always a couple of years away, and he never actually delivers on anything. And so they're eventually going to stop, and then all of his money is just going to vanish into thin air because of it, right? Because that's the whole point. Like that's anyway. It's weird how the world works, but it is fascinating to watch as an outside perspective. Because I really don't have a stake in any of it, right? Like I'm not a political affiliate. I don't get into any of the politics behind everybody's stuff. Like I just watch. I'm a people watcher, and to watch like both sides of the coin fight over the dumbest things, and you can objectively see the dumb stuff from both sides. Like it is fascinating. It really is. But I mean, Tesla was the first company to really make electric cars interesting, which allowed them to gain a huge foothold early on. They tried to ramp up production to keep up, but now that there are actual competitors that are making interesting electric cars as well, the share of the market share that Tesla has had on the electric car market is dwindling because the build quality of Teslas isn't there. All of the features that they promised that they've sold their cars and trucks and whatever on are not available. They can't make it happen safely, so they're losing market share there. People are going to more well-known names that have higher build qualities, like your big-time auto manufacturers, and so Tesla's starting to fall off. Anybody with a brain can see that. And then on top of that, you also have SpaceX. And while SpaceX does do some incredible things, there's nothing that they've done that is revolutionary, right? Like, the things that they're doing on paper look nice, but in reality aren't actually saving anybody any money. One of the things that they sold the SpaceX thing on was the reusability of their spaceships, right? Their rockets, being able to reuse their boosters, quick turnaround times, being able to get more launches off in a year. All of that seems great on paper, but in reality, it hasn't worked out the way they thought. Like they were gonna save the country money by being able to launch stuff at a much cheaper price. That hasn't actually come to fruition. The prices for launches have basically stayed the same, or technically been a little bit more expensive because now they're getting government subsidies as well as charging about the same prices as the previous. But yeah, again, like from an outside perspective, I can respect a company for pushing things forward, even if it's not necessarily as much of an impact as they think that is there. And I think from an outside perspective, again, you just got if you look at it objectively, I think you can see that it's not all that it's cracked up to be, right? It's a lot of marketing. And that's where Tesla, that's where Elon Musk is extremely good. He is very much a salesman. He can go out there, he can promise the moon, not deliver, and somehow people keep giving the man boatloads of money. but I'm not the one doing it, so what do I know? You say it's a huge money saver, but it's not in reality, because when you reuse the booster, you're not like being able to just say, okay, the booster's back, let's refuel it, send it back out. They basically have to rebuild the entire booster, right? The forces involved in stuff, if you want the booster to be successful, you basically have to rebuild it every single time. All of the rocket engines have to be rebuilt every single time. They've got kind of a production line of things where they're able to take the new booster, take all of the components off of it, get them reworked, take some of the older boosters or the older engines and stuff that they've already refurbished, start getting it into the new ones. So you're starting to see a little bit faster turnaround, but the prices aren't any cheaper, is what I'm getting at. Like if you look at their cost per launch and stuff, it's basically the same as it always has been. If not a little bit more expensive because of all the government subsidies that are going in to keep the company afloat. And then you look at what they're promising in terms of the moon, and they're promising this and that. They haven't delivered anything. Like, if you remember correctly, back in, I think it was 2016, we were 2 years away from being able to launch a rocket to the moon, right? Like, that was their goal. Here we are in 2024, they still have yet to put a rocket anywhere near the moon. And I'm talking about specifically SpaceX. Their Dragon crew capsule, I mean, for what it is, it's very high tech. It's very, very, crazy in its own way. But high tech isn't always the best, right? Like, there's a reason that everything was so simple in the old days. And it wasn't just because they weren't capable of putting technology in. It was because you needed to have fail-safes. And the simpler a thing is, the easier it is to make sure that it works. The more things that you introduce, the more potential failures you introduce, right? And I think that is overlooked today. Not to mention the price of everything goes up. But again, I'm not going to argue with it. I know a lot of people get really, really, excited or defending of certain things. I'm not here to argue. I'm just simply saying that if you look at the numbers, it's really not that impressive. Now, it is pretty cool to watch. It's a spectacle. I'll give it that. Like, I enjoy watching the SpaceX live streams to watch the boosters and stuff. Landing, coming back down, like doing suicide burns. Now they're landing the Starship on the tower. Like, it's a spectacle. It is fun to watch. It is, from an outsider perspective, it is fun to watch. It is an engineering marvel for sure, like being able to see these things come to fruition. But again, a lot of the stuff that they quote-unquote invent with Elon Musk and all that is it's ideas that were taken out or put in, or they're ideas that are hundreds of years or 100 years old. Things like the Hyperloop, things like all these ideas have already been published by other people. He simply puts a new twist on it and sells it to the people to try to make money, right? And again, that's where he shines. That's where he does his best work, is trying to like pitch an idea and get backing for it, because he does. He's very good at that. Like, that is something you cannot argue. If there's one thing Elon Musk can do, it's marketing. You can argue about the ethics of his marketing strategies, but you can't deny the results. But yeah, it's just, again, I'm not here to argue about it. I'm just, from an outside perspective, looking at it, I can go, it's a little bit oversold, in my opinion. If you look at what NASA was able to accomplish in the budget that that NASA was given, there's a huge difference between the productivity, what they were able to produce at NASA, compared to what SpaceX has been able to do with a lot more money given to them by both their backers and the government. That's what I'm getting at. What up, Grim? Thank you for a $20 bomb, man. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you, Grim. I forget what the exact amount that NASA earns in, like, government money. Like, what is NASA's budget per year? It's not as much as you'd think. Like, it really isn't. And the idea, the other thing that gets me as an outside perspective, the idea that people have of colonizing Mars, like, there's no reason to colonize Mars. None. There is absolutely no reason that somebody should go with any grain of, like, certainty, or like, outside of just wanting to do it, right? Like, if the humans want to put their mind to something, they can accomplish it, right? But from a monetary standpoint, the amount of money and stuff that it takes to pull these off, like, there's almost nothing that threatens the humans and Earth more than what you could accomplish with the same amount of money, right? Like, we've already figured out, like, asteroids and stuff aren't that difficult to push off of course. Like, being able to detect asteroids early, which everybody always agrees is like one of the most existential threats to our daily lives, right? But like, there's nothing that's gonna stop us from being able to save ourselves, and it would probably be cheaper and more feasible than going and becoming a multi-planetary species, right? Also, look at the trees, still damaged from the tornado we had. Rip for the trees. They will serve as a reminder for my trees that also just disappeared into the ether. $24.875 billion in 2024. You're saying that is NASA's budget? It seems a little high. But I don't know. I'm not looking at the numbers, so I'll take your word for it. But even if that is the case, look at the money that the government has given SpaceX for their quote-unquote plans, and what has SpaceX produced from that? And the answer is not a whole heck of a lot. They're behind on all of their schedules. They haven't managed to keep any of their launch schedules. They're way behind on ever being able to put a man on the moon or even get a rocket to the moon at this point. So, I don't know. I just don't see it lasting that much longer. I think it's a novelty. I think that the novelty starts to wear off eventually, and people will eventually come around. As much as I like watching this stuff, I just don't think that it's going to be around all that much longer, personally. Did I ever get my trees back? Unfortunately not, Grim. Just pulled another 18-hour day. Good God, man. Sorry to hear that, but hopefully you're making some decent money from it, you know? If there's one good thing about working overtime, and I've worked my fair share of overtime, that's for sure. If there's one good thing about it, it is occasionally you get to spend some of that money. Like, it sucks in the moment because you're working all the hours and you don't seem to have any time to do anything else. But eventually you do get to get your bills paid up. You get to get your money, a little bit of extra money in the bank that maybe you get to pick up something you normally wouldn't be able to. So I personally, as much as overtime does suck sometimes, it is nice. I always enjoyed working overtime just for the paychecks that came afterwards. We actually made a little bit of progress on the house, believe it or not. I think I showed it at the beginning, but you guys may not have been here. Let me go up and show you guys. The house did progress slightly. We now have a floor on our blocks, so there's that. But it is bugged again, so I gotta wait for it to update again. But yeah, like we did get it to update. We updated it with all of the latest materials and stuff that it asked for while I was off stream to get it to progress to this point. So we actually have a building. We have a roof, even though it's a floor. It's a it's a two-story building, I believe. But didn't make it. I was hoping to jump on that. Any place that we can potentially parkour on? Oh yeah, we got a potential over here, right? Let's parkour. We can do this. Oh god. Shocker, it's kind of glitchy over here. Who'd have seen that coming? Alright, can I make the jump? Yeet! Oh no, we didn't make it. Come on. I can do this. Alright, maybe over here. Maybe if I get onto this. I'm a little bit taller. If we go... Yeet! No, I just can't quite make it. Can't quite make it. But it's a nice little house. Look, we can go inside. Like, look at the floor pan. Oh. Oh, no. I guess it's not a nice house. We can't go inside at all. I thought we'd be able to go inside. Oh, we can't over here. Just not that door. Got it. But yeah, look at our little floor plan here. We got walk inside. Oh, it's definitely not a full house though. You can walk in the front door and you get the grass room over here. I mean, just look at that view, right? Like you guys can see the dream, right? It's there. Wait, can we jump from here? Nah, surely not. I don't think we're high enough. Yeah, just not quite high enough. Oh well, back over the fence we go. Dude, I can't wait for that house to get finished. Like, in one hand, it's kind of realistic, right? Like, we're watching it slowly progress, just like a regular house would be. Like, you're living in a trailer, you're nearby, watching the progress slowly happen on your house, and looking forward to the day you finally get to move in. Do you think the permit, or you think the building is illegal? No permit from City Hall? I think I'm outside city limits, right? I believe that I would technically be outside the incorporation limit of the city, so I don't think there would be any city hall that would be able to step in and do anything about it. Did FEMA send me $750 after my tornado? Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. Though I did get a whole bunch of messages on my phone talking to me about, you know, oh, this is the federal government, and just send us all of your information, and we'll get you your $7,000 or whatever it is. You guys have ever seen those messages? Ugh. It's like, tell me you're a scammer without telling me you're a scammer. The federal government is not sending you a text message saying, I'm willing to give you a bunch of money. No, they make you go to their websites and fill out all of the freaking paperwork to even think about getting money you're owed. And it's not like they publicize that, right? They're not going to go out there and be like, oh yeah, just if you were part of a disaster, you're entitled to compensation. So please send us all of your requests. No, they hide that stuff. They're like, oh yeah, there's sadness. If you don't know about it, you don't get anything. Exactly. You know it's a scam. All right, our harvest is officially completed, folks. How much did we end up with in total soybeans off of our harvest? That's the next question. And the good news is we don't have to do anything with these fields for several months. We can just kind of relax for a couple of months. Isn't that nice? Wonder how much total soybeans we ended up with. Yeah, the most dangerous words in the English dictionary. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. You're not wrong. What up? You getting rain all this week? Well, that's good to hear. Glad to hear that, at least for the time being, California's not going to burn to the ground. We actually had a forest fire here not too long ago, right outside of the city that I live in. It was pretty quickly contained. Took them a few hours, but they were able to contain it. But yeah, we had a pretty major drought this year. This has been the driest year that I can remember in my entire life. Generally, we don't have too many dry years, right? Like, where I'm from, we generally get a pretty decent amount of rain every year, and it's pretty consistent. But yeah, this year in particular was extremely dry. It just seemed like every single time that there was a possibility for rain, the rain just went around us. It was weird. It was weird, man. You'd see it rain in the north, you'd see it rain in the south, and then you see us just sitting there going, we want some rain. And our poor farmers, man, they're going to be struggling this year. Which trailer is that? What do you mean? Oh, this trailer is a little farm tech trailer. It's one of the early models that you can get that's relatively cheap. I want to say it holds 28,000 liters or something like that. It's a good little trailer. Comes with this nice little foldable top. Snowing in Austria? Nice. Like I said, it just started snowing today here. It switched over from rain about 6 o'clock this morning. And we're supposed to get maybe up to an inch of snow. Like yesterday they were saying 1 to 3 inches. Now they're saying like up to an inch maybe. So, who knows? But we're getting a little bit of snow today. Alright, here we go. Let's empty this into the silo. We'll be able to sell these soybeans in June of next year. Alright, time to see how many soybeans do we have in our harvest. 32,000.871. So 32.87. And how much is that in the prices? So if we sell the soybeans for their maximum price, which we usually end up getting a little bit more than the maximum price says that we'll get, which is nice. But let's see what the thing says for maximum price here. 2,140. So we're actually going to be getting about 60 to 70 grand, it seems like. Just quick maths. So, yeah, so what we got, we said it was 32,871, so we'll call it 32.87. And then multiply that by 2,140. Yeah, that's $70,000, or $70,341 if we get the best price for it. And that's usually a little bit lower than we actually get on it, so pretty happy with that. That's going to be a good harvest for us. That's a good harvest for us. That's not bad. That's a steady amount of income that we're going to be able to rely on every single year. And hopefully we'll be able to expand. We'll probably end up using this field next year as well, since it's clear that our trees are not going to come back. So we'll have a little bit more than that even next year. And then who knows, maybe we buy this field too. It should be relatively cheap. We can combine these two fields potentially, but we'd have to buy a plow to do that. Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff coming in the future for the farm. The at a loss farms will eventually be not at a loss, right? We're gonna eventually make some money. Also, we forgot to feed Daisy. Here you go, Daisy. I don't know where you're hiding. I'm sure you're out there causing trouble in the neighbors' fields. You always do. Just hope you're not playing in the roads again. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and go forward. The next planting season is April. Let's check. Do we have anything in here? There's a tree planter. We already have one of those. There's a trailer here that is capable of holding the same amount, but this is a specific... oh, it's a sugarcane trailer specifically. Oh, heck no. That ain't happening. A Krone mower. Interesting. 56% off for the big M450. If we wanted to get into some grass and do some silage and stuff, that'd be a pretty good deal. I ain't got the money for it, but that'd be a good deal. Alright, let's go forward. What up, Zach? How's it going? When you're watching me, it feels like Clarkson's Diddley Squat Farms. Well, that's it. I'm glad you find it entertaining, is what I'm saying. Like, I try to make everything as entertaining as I can for you guys. Also, I just looked out to see if it was still snowing. Still snowing. But I do try to make everything as entertaining as possible. I know sometimes it's a little bit slow. Aw, look at Daisy hanging out by the porch. One of these days, I'll be able to hug you and pet you and play fetch. She's so cute, though. She's an adorable little puppers. All right, let's get her some food. There you go, Daisy. One of these days, I'll be able to get her set up. Also, let's look at our finances. How much are we making? Like, yeah, technically we lost money last month. Or no, we technically operated in a profit last month. We made $734 last month, despite paying the Loan interest of $1,333. Oh wait, no. We're in November now. You just came out of October, so we did technically lose money last month. We did sell a little bit of the planks though. Look at from those little planks alone, we made $2,000 last month, right? So that's going to be about $2,000 every single month as long as we keep this sawmill running. Now we got 4,600 liters of wood, so we're still good here. We got a couple of more trees up there, and then we will be able to put all of our big stuff on a trailer to sell it as well. Which I believe we probably ought to start looking to move stuff. So yeah, I think now would be a good time to move this stuff out the way. I might just go ahead and grab this, grab the other trailer, bring it nearby, and start loading it up with the stuff that's getting spawned in, instead of pushing it out the way. And then I might even bring a new tree over just to fill it up without having to think about it. Oopsie. I do like this Valtra though, man. I ain't gonna lie, I had never even heard of Valtras until last the series at the end of the last game. Jess's.
What are the chances of you possibly doing a collab with former Pickle and his dad? I feel that would make a really cool stream.
I have actually reached out to Formal Pickle to see if I could do like some sort of multiplayer collab with him. I have not heard back from him. Not surprisingly, I'm nobody in the farming sim world, so it doesn't surprise me that I haven't heard back from him. I'm sure he gets a lot of requests from a lot of different people. So I'm open to the idea. I think it would be awesome. I do love the Formal Pickle. His dad is awesome too. I love when they do their little collaborations and stuff, but yeah, unfortunately haven't heard back from him, but I'm open to the idea. I think it'd be fun. But yeah, those guys are way out of my league. I mean, he collabs with guys like Clutch and some of the other guys, so I'm a nobody, right? Like, at the grand scheme of things, there's like no real benefit to him. Oh my Lanta, why do we have to dig into the ground? Come on. We're going to launch this pallet into space when we finally... Okay. I was going to say, when we finally get this to move, it's going to launch the pallet into space. I have a feeling. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night, and feel it. Dude, my voice is still struggling, man. I hurt my voice 2 days ago in my World of Warships Legends stream. And, yeah. I've been doing this a long time. I don't usually have a lot of trouble with my voice when it comes to being angry and yelling. I've been yelling a long time, so to strain my voice is actually pretty crazy. Graham, thank you for the $2 as well. Appreciate you, my dude. Also, Jess calling her farm the Berry Family Farm. Nice. And surprisingly, you don't do anything with berries. I mean, you do. Didn't you say you were going to get into, like, grapes and stuff? Are you going to do a vineyard again? I know you like to do that. Ah! I dropped it! Look out, Daisy! Come on now, girl. Why you gotta be right underneath me? She's like, I want to be in the cab with you. I'm like, I wish I could. I would love for Daisy to be able to join us in the cab. I think that'd be sick. Dadgummit game. Stay. I don't like the way this Valtra stutters in reverse, though. I don't like that at all. Like, I feel like it shouldn't be shifting in reverse like that. It should just be a steady reverse. What up, Jay? How's it going? Yeah, gonna be like the manhole cover from the nuclear test, the underground nuclear test.
Yes, I am planning on doing a vineyard, and Grim Spartan and I will eventually be doing a collab as well.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like we are planning to do a multiplayer collab, me and Jess, that you guys will be able to watch as well. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Though I don't know if that's going to be a live stream event. I think that might be a video series. Because I think that could be something that would be, I don't know, good for doing like standalone videos. I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking in terms of the overall like plan at this time, but yeah. I have ideas. Alright, let's get over this. Beautiful. Boy, it's so much easier to be able to maneuver my equipment when the controller works properly. I ain't gonna lie, it is kind of nice. Forgot what it's like to have a controller that actually works properly.
That's awesome, but for the premiere you should do a live stream.
I mean, the thing is, like, one of the things that I'm gonna have to do for this game is start a regular standalone, like, upload. Because... Oh, no, 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 no! Dumb! Why? Why am I so bad? See, this is why I can't read chat. I should be concentrating on what I'm doing and not smashing into things and knocking them off the freaking truck. Sadness. Man, I'm an idiot. Got a little bit too much whiskey throttle going on there, man. A little too much whiskey throttle, if you guys know what that is. Shout out to all you Nitro Circus peoples. Hit the wrong button. Come on, man. Stand up. Stand up and cheer. Spartan is here. One way or another, you're coming with me. See? Told you. I ain't playing. I ain't playing with you. Get on my forks. Dagnabbit. I ain't playing with you. See, I wish that this would allow me to turn that by driving into it. Doesn't let me do that. Alright, now let's try not to knock everything off the back of the truck this time. Preferably. Easy does it. Easy does it. Dude, this thing likes to accelerate really quickly. Quicker than you'd think out of a tractor, to be honest. Oh, so much for my nice stack job, dude. I was doing so well. Now everything's all crooked and womper-jawed. Alright. Come here. Ah! No. Bad Spartan. That about went horrifically. Literally about flipped the trailer over. I like how any other time I try to move a trailer and it picks my tractor up like it's glued to the ground. And then when I'm trying to like move a pallet, suddenly the trailer is no physics whatsoever. Weighs nothing. Which means in the future, when I have the trouble with the trailer, I need to simply grab a pallet and then turn that into what I use to move the trailer. Right? That would stand to reason. Alright, let's try to straighten this out. See how that spins around? Why can't that do that when my forks are under it? Don't you honk at me, man. I'm being extremely nice to you. Go. Why are they sliding? Why are they sliding? Oh my game. You and I are gonna have a talk about your car's extended warranty. What even was that physics? Also, I'm trying to let this pallet down. Why is it not letting it down? Stay. God darn it, man. One step forward, two steps back. Also, Daisy, get out the way! You got the whole world as your oyster. Why do you have to be right under me? Says every parent ever. Swear to goodness. In all that is holy, I command you to get on that trailer and play nice. Stay. Daisy, now you're just trolling. Like, how are you going to sit down in the one place that I'm working? And she knew, too. She knew I was about to get on her, too. She's like, all right, I'll move. I ain't going to argue. You better not argue. Better not argue, Daisy. You know better. Should be 3 of these pallets, if I remember correctly. I mean, don't get me wrong. The realism of having the forks come out the other side of your pallet in reality is something that you have to avoid as a forklift driver because it can cause a lot of damage. One of the #1 causes of damage in my experience as a forklift driver, seeing people screw everything up, has been when people have a tendency to shove their forks all the way through the pallet all the time. Because you don't realize that your pallets stick out quite a bit. Like on these pallets in particular, like my forks are sticking out a long ways. These are very long forks. I worked in a glass company, right? Like the last place that I worked was a glass decorating company. Daisy, get out of the way, you goofy dog! Get out of the way! But one of the common things that we saw were people going through the pallets and stabbing the pallet behind it without realizing it. And they tear up the boxes. They end up breaking bottles that way. Like, it was pretty common. So one of the things you have to learn early on when working with a forklift is that your forks will stick out the other side of a pallet sometimes, and you got to avoid causing damage with it. So you start learning like how much to go into a pallet to balance the pallet as well as not sticking through. But I've seen a lot of forklift fails. I've actually done a lot of forklift fails myself. Like anytime you're working on a forklift for as long as I have, like you're gonna have accidents. Accidents happen, right? Just like any other job you do. But learning from your mistakes and mitigating future accidents is ideal, right? So the good forklift drivers are those people who have accidents and then learn from them and move on and try not to repeat the same mistakes. Which is why I always try to tell people that are new forklift drivers, like, look, dude, you're going to make mistakes. Things are going to happen. Do not fail to report things, right? Like, you want to get fired. I'm not going to fire you for having an accident. I'm going to fire you for not reporting an accident, right? Like, accidents happen. You're trying to get a lot of work done in very confined space. Like, things are, and you're under a time crunch. Like, things get crazy, right? So, accidents are bound to happen. We're human. But you can't allow that to stop you from reporting the accident. Now, obviously, if you become a liability because you have too many accidents, that's a different story. Like, at that point, I'm going to have to do something about it. But generally speaking, we don't fire people for having accidents. We fire people for not reporting accidents. Big difference. All right. Do we go ahead and get a tree, or do we wait? I think we just wait. We go forward into December. We don't have anything to sell, I believe. We do have a new header. This is a Massey Ferguson grain header that's 7.6 meters wide. What is ours, though? Like, I feel like we ended up getting, see, we ended up getting this thing, which has a 6 meter. So, it's only slightly bigger, so that ain't really worth it. Ain't really worth it. Alright, I didn't go forward. Alright, let's go forward. What up, Hanzo? You were thinking about getting the game. Is the game worth it? I would say yes, for me particularly. I enjoy the game. I think the game is absolutely worth it. If you already have Farm Sim 22, Maybe give it a little bit of time for the developers to fix the bugs and stuff that they're currently getting reported, such as the trees getting yeeted, such as, like, there's several little bugs that are pretty massive that hurt the game. But I have absolutely no, like, no, I'm not, I can't enunciate. Dude, how does that stump literally flip my tractor all the way around to the point where I crash into my own trailer? I can't think of the way to say what I want to say. I have faith that they're going to be able to fix the stuff that is wrong with the game. How about that? We'll just call it that. Go up here to the back side of the property, pick up another tree. God darn it. These forks are the devil. Let me go! Oh, dear Lord. Satan. Not today, Satan. Let me go, dang it! Dude, I am riding a Bronco right now. Good Lord. Grim with the $2 PTS trees. Yeah. Oh, dear Lord. Dude, that is some impressive hydraulicing, is what I'm saying. Let me go. Please let me go. Hey! It let me go. Now we do the patented Spartan get on your wheels technique. Boop. Well, that was an experience. So, we were talking about game-breaking bugs. Oh. No, that's the physics getting stuck into the ground. Oh yeah, we don't have the tree cut down yet, dum-dum. Should probably cut the tree down first. You know, might help. A little bit. Never underestimate my resolve. I will finish. Yeah, we kind of turned like a dum-dum and shoved our fork straight into the hill. That's on me. Yeah, literally Olympic tractor breakdancing. There you go. Yeah, this is only 4.4 tons, so we can actually pick this straight up, which is good. Also, I swear to God, if it managed to fall right into the, like, tree and get stuck, I'm gonna lose it. So yeah. Sometimes, this game just likes to troll you. Tree, you're getting on my nerves, so you come with me. Alright, now we just simply pull this. Dude, it's not even touching it. For the love of God, game. The things we do for wood around these parts. Like I said, one way or another, this tree's coming with me. It might take a little longer, but it's coming with me. Does every branch have to have the grabby physics? Farm sim. Do they have to? Like, why? Why does every branch have to have grabby physics? Like, I don't feel like that's necessary. In fact, I feel like it's the opposite of necessary. You know, that would be unnecessary. For those of you who are a little bit slow. Also, who parked that trailer there? Let me pull the trailer out the way. Oh. Probably ought to disconnect the winch from the front, or from the rear. Boop. Then we can pull the trailer out the way. And then we can go over here and shove this tree into the little point. Boop. Perfect. And that is perfect. 12,500 liters in there now, so we don't have to worry about that for a little while. Beautiful. Also, Daisy, here's your food. And let's keep this party rolling. When is our beams going to sell at their highest prices? That's another thing I need to look at. Because they are the best ones. Prices. Wood beams. All the way at the bottom. Looks like March is going to be their highest price. Though, basically any time you can sell these. And the playground is buying them for the highest price, so. Just keep it going. We can go all the way into April at this point. We can go all the way into April. Beep, 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 beep. Alright. It's snowing! Look at us. Boop. Doop 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 doo. Doop 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 doo. Doop 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 doo. Doop 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 doop. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh, it's February. February! Should have plenty of wood. 6,500 liters. Beautiful. Let's check on the house real quick. It's been a couple of months. Maybe it's updated. Let's go ahead and feed Daisy. Maybe it's updated. Look out, dear. Nope, no changes. Still doesn't tell me anything either. Do we go and buy a single... Let's go buy a single pallet of cement bags, right? Let's do that. We can go over, buy a single pallet of cement bags, bring it back, and see if that makes it move forward, but I doubt it. It never has, but never know. Gotta do that dirty next time you get your tractor stuck. Oh, do that, did he? Next time I get it struck? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was the whole point. I was like, anytime, I ought to have that song on play, or like on standby for a stream. So anytime I get into a situation where I'm stuck like that, I just play the Benny Hill theme. Doop 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 doop. Cement bags are over here. There they are. 1 pallet, please, of your finest cement. Boop. One pallet of your finest cement, please. This is a nice tractor, though. You gotta admit, it's a good-looking tractor. I love the visibility out of the cab, too. Like, you just see everything. Some tractors are kind of, like, very poor visibility. Okay, we're gonna drive through here. Should be able to go right up this hill. And then turn the corner up here. I wonder if the bug is from, like, it not recognizing that it had enough. Like, maybe it needs to go over the limit. See, because you can hear them start working. And it'll say that it's like $9.99 now. Right? That we have in storage, meaning it used a single liter. Yeah, see? It used a liter. So maybe there is something to that. Maybe it's like 1 liter off every single time. Maybe that's something we need to think about. Every time we do a step, maybe if it asks for 10 bags, we bring them 11 bags. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what's causing it, but I haven't been able to figure it out yet. And I haven't found a guaranteed way to fix it either. Like, it just seems to fix itself occasionally. So we'll see if it ends up changing. Alright, let's go back in the house and wait a couple of more months. We don't have to sell our soybeans till June, and we plant in April, so we got a couple more months here that we can kind of relax. But yeah, if there's one thing that I can say with certainty is that when I play, I will get myself unstuck, one way or the other. I don't whip out and hit the unstuck button. I know there is an unstuck button, but I don't use it. I think it's for wimps. All right, let's check. Let's see if it updated. I doubt it, but it's worth a shot. Okay, I don't see anything different. Still sounds like they're working though. Doesn't say that they have anything they need. So we'll just wait. Leave it go. Maybe a couple of months go by and they'll fix it. All right. Let's get to the next thing. Let's check and see how much wood we got. We're probably getting low. I got enough to go forward, and we're fine on the beams and stuff, so we're just going to go ahead and go forward into April. Then we can do our cultivating and planting of our soybeans and everything. And, yeah. Just keep the party rolling. Alright, get in the big tractor. It's time. Planting season is here. Beautiful, crisp spring morning. Grab this thing, grab that cultivator. We're going to go ahead and cultivate this field where our trees were. Get a little bit more yield this year. But I think we'll be okay. Does anything need limed? That's another thing I need to look at. So we'll check that before we start cultivating. So let's check the map, see if anything needs limed. So the big field needs lime. Everything else doesn't seem to need lime. This is looking like there's spots that need lime, but nothing else. Everything seems to be fine. Yeah, there's like a couple little spots that need lime. But it's fine. Fair enough. Alright, well, in that case, we're going to go ahead and start the cultivating process. Well, not quite as wimpy of a horn, but still a pretty wimpy horn. We'll let these guys go ahead and start on that. I could have swore we had a field that needed limed. Also, there's a nice baler. It produces square bales up to 240 centimeters. Requires 195 horsepower, so technically we have a tractor that's capable of doing it. I do like this cultivator, though. It's pretty unique. Never seen one like this. But yeah, I thought we had something that needed limed. What is this field next to us? Let me go check, make sure it hasn't been planted yet. It hasn't been planted yet. It has already just been limed. It's owned by Walter. Do we just go ahead and try to buy this field and then connect them? How much would it cost? Like, legitimately, how much would it cost? I don't think it's that expensive. I think it's a relatively cheap field. So if we buy this, that is another 3.5 acres, but it's not all field. We do have some trees there, which would be good for us. because we need to eventually start pulling more trees to our sawmill. But $83,000, we can absolutely buy this. That's going to increase our yield as well. But what is this field? $127,000, we get 5.2 acres. I think we do this. I think we buy this field for this year, and then with our money that we make from this year, then we can buy this field next year, and then we can work on eventually buying this field down here to complete our area. But yeah, I think we get this little field. Let's go ahead and do it. I'm pulling the trigger. $83,000. And now I think we need to go buy, or I need to look into getting a plow. Maybe we rent a plow, but we're going to need a plow to put those two fields together. Soil cultivation, plows. So plows are going to allow us to actually connect the fields. 4.26 meters. This is going to require 360 horsepower. We don't have that much horsepower. I forget, what is our horsepower on our tractor? It is a... is it this? Surely not. I think it was this. I think it was an S or a T series, right? Where's our voucher T series? Am I crazy? Oh, there it is. So up to 271 horsepower. So yeah, that's our limit because we did put the big engine in it. So this is perfect. This one would be a little bit much for us and doesn't really offer much working with over this. So I think we just go for this little thing here. We don't need to buy this. We can rent this one. I don't know. Does this change anything? Like, I know it changes the appearance, but is it needed? I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's go ahead and lease this. It's going to cost $2,500 to lease. We will need the big tractor for that, though. What was our disc harrow? It's capable 180 horsepower. So I think we swap this tractor with the yellow tractor. Let's go ahead and grab the yellow tractor. We'll bring it around and we'll have the yellow tractor cultivating while we go grab the plow with the big tractor. And then we can try to connect these fields. Once they finish this field, anyway. Good evening, Mr. Capri. Good to see you. Wes, good to see you as well. Have I used the steering assist? Yeah, I've done that, but I prefer to just use the AI, to be honest. I've been using AI the entire time. It's costing me extra money, but yeah, I've done the steering assist. We did that a lot in the first episode. Forgot to sell the beams in March. That's fine. Like I said, it doesn't change a lot, plus the amount of money that we make is pretty much the same year-round. We maybe lose $100 per 1,000 liters or something like that. So it's not a huge loss. The wooden stuff that we produce doesn't really drop in value throughout the year. And like I said, the playground was buying it for like $6,200 or something like that. So we're gonna make plenty of money off of it. So we should be fine. With as much money as we make off the playground, I kind of don't want to finish the playground at this point. Like, we're making a boatload off of the playground. So, like, if we finish that, suddenly it doesn't buy the stuff anymore, right? Like, we're making so much money by selling our wood to the playground that, like, it just doesn't make sense to not do that. Check the price now. wood beams. Again, see how it changes pretty much all the time. But yeah, right now the playground is about $6,100. And if we wait till next month, we can sell them for what they're saying is going to be a good price anyway. So yeah, that's what I was saying. Like the maximum price fluctuation between months of wood is not that high. I think the maximum it goes up or down is like $200 per 1,000 liters. Right now we've got a few pallets that's a couple of 1,000 liters, so we're only going to be, you know, missing out on maybe $400, $800 maximum, which is nothing in this game in the immediate like grand scheme of things. Now, for some of the crops have a huge fluctuation and stuff. So you want to wait until you get the highest price. Nice circle there, bud. All that turning around for that little tiny square. Then he does another loop, and he's gonna come over here. Now he's trying to get online for the Headlands Pass going down this side. So he pulls up, gets straight, backs up, gets online, goes forward. Who hired the ballerina driving, right? But yeah, once this tractor is done with this field, I'll put this cultivator on the yellow tractor and let it do the cultivating on the other fields while we start to get these two fields up here linked up. This will be our first time using a plow in this game, and I think you guys will be pretty impressed with it. Because the plowing look, the look of plowing is a lot better in this game than it was in the previous game. It's a waste of time. I mean, yeah, but honestly, it's fine. I could go through and do the headlands myself. You're right. Like, I could just go here. I could go to steering assist. Set it up. Put myself online. Lower the cultivator. And go. And this would be quicker than letting the AI do it. So maybe we do the headlands from now on, if that's what you guys want to see. Like, I could absolutely make that a thing. I mean, you got the headlands as part of the field, so like, yeah, it's required if you want to make the maximum field size. But look how good that does it with the GPS. Why can't the AI do that? Like lock themselves on the heading and go. All right. Now that that's done, we can get this out of the way. Grab this. And since we're not really caring about the headlands at this next field, it's going to be working while we go get the plow and start working on plowing. So. Alright. Now we'll go get the plow. They have new modded plows. I mean, they only have a few mods in the store, or in the mod hub. I've got all the mods installed for the most part. Now, obviously, for me, I don't really care to plow. I don't like plowing. I prefer using the cultivator mod, the field create mod, that allows you to use cultivators to plow. It's a lot less annoying. But we can do it. No big deal. No big deal. This will be the first time I've used a plow in so long. Look out. Just totally squished that lady. Look at the size of this plow, though. This is a pretty good sized plow. I don't know if we're going to be heavy enough for this. I didn't think about that. Like, I wonder how heavy this plow is. Like, sure, we got the horsepower for it, but are we going to be heavy enough? Right now, it's on the ground, on a trailer, wheel, whatever you want to call it. Also, this would be terrible to see coming at you on the highway. Be like, where am I supposed to go? This section right here is the worst because it's like you're stuck by the bridge. So if anybody shows up while we're coming through here, we're gonna get stuck. So you just gotta hope that you can get across this quick enough. Alright though, we're here. Let's go ahead and set our plow. We own all of this property. So we are going to go ahead and fold the plow to get it ready. That was already in like regular mode. I mean, no wonder it was all crooked. It's weird. Okay, we'll remember that going forward. Alright, here we go. So, we want to... allow create fields, lower the plow, and just go forward. You can see the plowing texture is a little bit better. It's a little more 3D. Alright, raise that up. Now we'll go to the other side, do the same thing. And then we'll connect them. Usually this isn't so bad when you're just like doing this a little bit. It's when you go to create a brand new field or go like all the way around the boundary of a field where you're adding a lot of land. But like as is, this little bit that we're going to be doing won't be too bad. Now we simply connect them. Make this all one big old field. Now this will be interesting. This being our first time actually plowing and connecting two fields. See how it deforms the ground though? Like look how good that looks. It's going to be interesting to see how the AI or the well, not just AI, but the GPS works with this now. Will it recognize that it's all one field? This will be like our first true test of the new AI and new GPS system. All right, let's do a loop-de-loop. I kind of screwed this one up. Been a while since I plowed. I'm sorry. I'm bad at it. Like I said, I usually cheat. Use a cultivator. Well, most things you buy at the store or whatever come out in their driving mode. I didn't realize that it wasn't in the driving mode from the factory until I went to unfold it and then realized it was in it wasn't in driving mode. So yes, I will do better. I'm sorry. All right, one last pass should get her done. One last pass to rue them all. Yeah, look at us like getting tossed around. But once the plow gets into the furrow that it needs, like it gets kind of locked in. All right. There you have it. That is our fields created. That should be plenty. I don't think we need to do anything crazy there. But now that's one big field. He's cultivating just fine. We don't have anything else that we need to do, right? Like, I mean, in theory, we could add to the edge of this field, but is it really worth it? Like, you're going to be getting into a pretty large hill there for like one extra row. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. I think we just take it back. Actually, we don't need to take it back. I forgot. We can simply go in here and return. Now, I will say this. I don't like the way that they changed the menus. Like, I don't like it at all. Okay, we can return this. Like, I liked having my, like, least items menu so that I could just click it and return it. Alright, now while he's doing that, since he's doing that, we'll go ahead and get this next party started. Should be able to get our, planting started. We didn't need lime. So we'll pull this out. Set her down. We will be planting soybeans again. We've already got soybeans selected. We've got our fertilizer on board. So this will be the first plant with this particular planter, I believe, because we used the old one before. But we're going to go ahead and we'll do the headlands pass with this. So we'll go in here and we will set ourselves to do the headlands pass. Set us up. Unfold the tool. Set ourselves on. I will say this, doing the headlands using the GPS mod, or the the GPS in-game feature, probably a lot faster than the AI. You're not wrong. What up, Zombie? World Conquest, good to see you guys. Appreciate you guys dropping in. Is Colorado good? I think it's a fine ship. It will troll the crap out of you. It's not the most consistent accuracy when you come into playing the ship. But once you learn to use it, it's fine. Like, I don't think it's a bad ship at all. He's still doing that, so we might as well just continue what we're doing. When can I plant vineyards and make my own wine? I mean, there's no way to make wine in the game, but you can absolutely plant your own vineyards. They're expensive to start up, and the yield is pretty low. But, yeah, they're in the game. You can do it right out the gate if you wanted. But you guys have just seen how easy it is to set up the GPS in this game. It's super simple. Like, you can do it in seconds. Now, I'm missing parts because I'm trying to go too fast, but... we'll check and make sure that we got full coverage before we enter the field. And the best part is you can do this a little bit more efficiently too. Now that we're doing the down and backs instead of the headlands, what I'll do is I'll turn and try to get online for the next thing. Not the next row over necessarily, but like the skip a row. So like we'll just finish this. We'll go ahead and do this. Turn the. Well, actually, we could totally do the next line. I may have gotten it down a little bit late. Hold that thought. No. Go forward. All the fields around you are in Essex are being bought up by champagne houses. I bet. A lot of money to be made, man. If you got an area to grow. Turns out people like their alcohol. Is AI done with that other field yet? Can't see them. Nope, not yet. Whoops. I forgot I wasn't using AI at the time. Real land in Essex? Yeah, I assumed that. AI just finished theirs. Perfect. That was good timing. And I'll make sure I get mine real quick. Should just be this little strippy strip right here. And then we'll check our work and make sure that we got it all planted. I think I did. Yep, it's all growing. Maybe a little bit on the edges, but no biggie. Alright, turn that off. Head over to the next field. Before we start that, let's get this guy to go ahead and start cultivating this big field. This new field, I should say. Not necessarily big. I don't know where I should start, to be perfectly honest. But hopefully it recognizes it all as one field. But here we go. Without further ado, let's see what the AI thinks. Is it one field? It is actually one field. It shows up. That's beautiful, man. Alright, well, and let AI do its thing. I'm telling you, dude, the new system of GPS and AI is so good. It's so good. Now again, I haven't had any sort of situation where like we're talking about the like maps be or the fields being super compact or anything. So maybe that changes things. How much is like a weeder? I know they exist, and is there one that's like not terrible? See, mulchers, spaders, stone pickers, cultivators, seeding, yield improvements. Weeders. Okay, so this can be from 250 to 450. So you can get a pretty wide one. I know I use herbicide. I guess some of these are capable of being like seeders. So like this one would be, yeah. I've never actually, oh Jesus. What have I done? I forgot I was working. Wait, did it actually plant? Like it looks like the ground changed. It says harvested. Okay. A little weird. Whoopsie. I forgot I was doing things. I'm so used to having AI do everything that I completely forgot what I was doing. Just start randomly scrolling through the menu. I don't need to look where I'm going. Looking where you're going is overrated. Would be great if you had crop dusting planes. Or drones. Nowadays, farmers are using drones. They're hiring companies to come in with drones to do crop dusting and stuff. Also, AI I just realized that they screwed up. Alright, I'm going to have to fire you real quick. You can come back over here in a second. But I need to finish where you've up. I don't know why it misses that one spot. I forgot about it. But it totally did. For some reason, it doesn't like this one spot. I'm assuming it's an elevation thing. I bet if I pull up the other direction, it'll be fine. Yep, we got it. Alright, that'll do, donkey. I'll get over there and finish my field. Seems to be working, though. Alright. What up, Brother Monroe? Welcome to the stream. bugs eat your crops. Not bugs, just herbicide. So you have to like get rid of weeds. I would imagine at some point in the future, pesticide will have to be a thing, but currently in the game, there's nothing like that implemented. I'll have to keep an eye on whether that actually got planted or not. Looks sus. Okay. Is he going to go over to the next lane? Sure looks like it. Also, I keep forgetting that I am actually controlling this. I just keep, like, flipping away and forgetting. Top of the morning to you, Optimus. Appreciate you dropping in. I mean, in the U.S., the Rocky Mountain locust was exterminated, right? Like, it was eradicated. It is now extinct. So, locusts wouldn't be a thing here in the U.S., but there are other pests. Like, you guys want to hear about the Rocky Mountain locust and how bad it was? Like, go look up the history of the last great swarm of the Rocky Mountain locust. I believe it was right after or right during the Great Depression. It looks like something straight out of a freaking horror film, man. And honestly, probably was about as close as you get to a horror film for all the people that had to endure it. Oh, you meant with the, yeah, we had some bugs issues in the previous episode with our trees getting yeeted, stuff like that. So we're trying to get the farm back on track from what our plan was originally. And it definitely looks like it did not plant there. Yeah, I don't know why that spot seems to be so awkward. Let me see if we can fix it. Maybe if I go slow, it'll be fine. I think it's just awkward because of, like, the... I think it's the terrain. It's like a low spot in the field. Alright, let's see if we can't fix that. Construction. So we want to kind of bring this level over, so... we will have to smooth it, of course, but... just trying to fix it at the moment. We will... I forgot that this changes the ground state, too. Completely forgot about that. So we'll have to recultivate it. And then replant it anyway. Look how muddy it looks, though. Good lord. Alright, construction. Soften. Alright. Now we will have to redo that. We'll have to run the cultivator over it before we can actually plant it again. But we'll continue with what we're doing in the meantime. Yeah, the terraforming tools are wonky, but you get used to it after a while. Hopefully that fixes any more issues going forward. And then he should be about done cultivating that field. Yeah, I've never used Courseplay on PC. I haven't actually gotten to play a whole lot on PC. I had Farm Sim 25, but I never got into like the big crazy mods and stuff. But I'm sure most of the mods that were big during Farm Sim 22 are going to come over at some point. What up, Breston? And yeah, I'm always taking out the road signs. You're not wrong. We'll have to go pick up some seeds. Still got plenty of fertilizer, though. I didn't mean to do that. What up, Eli? How's it going? Auto-loading trailers. Yeah, that'll be nice. Getting auto-loaders back into the game is going to be nice. The Tree Be Gone, like I said, is one that I'm looking forward to. The cultivation, field creation mod, stuff like that. The modded trailer sizes and stuff for once you get to the big farms. That's going to come in handy. All the modded stuff for doing the crazy tedious crops like sugarcane and stuff like that. Like that way you can actually do the work without being completely miserable. What up, Crappy? How's it going? Maybe you should do a mod that buys up the land and turns it into a golf course. I think something that they should implement into this game, base game, would be the loan system needs to be a paid off loan system. Like, as you've taken out the loans, like your payments that you make every single month shouldn't just go to interest. It should actually go towards paying the loan off, right? That would make the loan system a lot less annoying. Instead, you're just paying the same amount of loan interest every single month. You're not actually paying it down at all, which is not realistic. That's not how it works. Can you farm archers or orchards? Yeah, not to the like apple fields and stuff. There are technically apple trees in the game, but from my knowledge, there's nothing like fruit produced by it. But there are olive orchards that you can put up. There's the grapevines, so for vineyards, you've got them in the games. Another thing I would like to see is property values changing depending on what you do to it. Like, I cut all the trees off my property. Technically, my property value should go down, right? But I'm also improving it by putting a house on it and buildings and stuff like that. So that would make the property value go up again. So, like, I would love to see property value fluctuate based on the improvements or lack thereof that you do to the property. Stuff like that. I think there could be so much more done with the game for sure. And yeah, they have a lot of stuff in greenhouses now. You can do like mushrooms and strawberries and lettuce and all sorts of different things in greenhouses now. Looks like I'm one lane, or like one row off. Which is a shame. Then I gotta fix that little bald spot in our field. Oh my god, we're out of soybeans. God dang it. I knew I was getting low on soybeans. I wasn't paying attention. I'm gonna go get some seeds. I think I still have a couple pallets up here close to the top. Again, just driving across my entire field that I just freaking planted. I don't think the actual soil compaction hurts your yields or anything, to my knowledge. But it does visualize it a lot better. Well, I guess that's... Oh, we got some seeds up there. And I think that's fertilizer, or is that lime? I think it's fertilizer. So we can grab that too. Beautiful. Now we should have no more bullcrap laying around. There we go. No more pallets just laying around doing nothing. And the best part is as tedious as it used to be to line everything back up after you've had to do something like this. Now watch. We just drive over here. We know right where we left off, so we just drive onto the field. Look over here. It's already saved it. So we simply pull up. Well, I lied, apparently. It's alright, though. I can freehand it. Ain't my first rodeo. Alright, now we will actually have to go right back up through here because there's like one little spot that needs to be redone. And then we got to fix that bald spot once he's done cultivating that field. Yeah, I like the precision farming stuff. As tedious as it was to learn initially, like I do like it. It adds a lot of new stuff to the game. So hopefully they'll bring back precision farming again. And then this is just about done, it looks like. Once again, perfect timing. Like, literally just finished that field Looks like there's another bald spot, though. I'm gonna have to look into that. Maybe this new planter isn't quite as good as the old one. It seems a little more rigid and leaves gaps in the field. Well, one of those planters that doesn't do that. Alright, so if we go down here, we should be able to till up the little spot, get it ready to plant again, and then, so we are going to tear up a little bit of the stuff that we just planted, but can't be helped. Oh, I'm going to have to rent a freaking plow, ain't I? Son of a biscuit eater. Well, that's annoying. Alright, well, while that's going on, I'll set this to being started. Let's get this off the field. Let's grab, plows. We don't need a super wide working width. I think this was the one that we just rented. So I guess we'll grab this one. Just lease it real quick. Yeah, $816 to lease it. That's not that bad. But yeah, there's definitely a little spot here that it looks like that it missed. Always got to plow. See, normally I would have the create fields mod on, and then I would simply cultivate it using the allow create fields. No, can't have that now, can we? I don't mind cheating when it's quality of life stuff, you know? I just don't like to cheat progression. Quality of life is fine. Progression, that's cheating. I like the way she looks at me while I'm... Wait, no. She thinks my tractor's sexy. It really turns her on. She's always staring at me while I'm chugging along. She's even kinda crazy about my Fireburst tan. She's the only one who truly understands what gets me. She thinks my tractor sexy. Alright, now for the time being, we'll just set this off to the side. We can return it at any point. I just want to make sure that it works. Now I should be able to till that up. Even though I don't think you actually need to cultivate it after you've plowed it. I think you could seed straight into the plowed soil, but just double checking, making sure everything works. Alright, and now that that's done, this thing should be able to go on to the next field. This seems to be going alright. Do I have field stones? No, I have field stones turned off. I can't stand field stones. Okay, once we finish this pass here, I think I'll fire the AI. Alright, now we should be able to go on here. Set up our steering assist. Go through and plant all the stuff. Jess coming in with a $5 bomb.
I sent you the music video of Kenny Chesney. She thinks my tractor's sexy. I hope you enjoy later, hee hee.
Thank you, Jess. Appreciate you. I mean, I do technically know the song, but I do appreciate you anyway. She likes the way I'm looking when I'm tilling up the land. She's even kind of crazy about my farmer's tan. She's the only one who truly understands what gets me. She thinks my tractor's sexy. I think it's going to be pretty close whether we can finish that last field with the amount of soybean or the amount of seed and fertilizer we currently have. Given how many stones you guys have, yeah. I mean, I get why field stones are a thing, but I feel like we don't have as bad in the U.S. I know we have a lot of sandstone, but usually sandstone gets crushed up. Like when you're like tilling over it and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a farmer. I know that you can go through your fields and pick up stuff. But I've never seen the amount of like in Farm Sim, the amount of stones that they have, I feel like is pretty unrealistic. And then to have dedicated equipment that goes through and sifts through the soil to pick up the field stone, again, feels pretty unrealistic. Every farmer I've ever seen picking up field stone, they're just going around picking up the big chunks. think it's already planted, right? Yeah, it seems to be. Alright. Double check our field. So we've got the bottom row and this side row that's closest to the road, it looks like, needs to be finished. So it should be this line here. Yeah, you roll the little ones into the ground and yeah. That's what I'm saying, like, I don't know. Like, I've never even seen a farmer roll the ground, like, other than, like, grass fields and stuff for, like, airports using a roller to roll the like, ruts out of it. Like, at a municipal airport. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have enough seed and fertilizer. I might have to fill this thing up. Well, fertilizer I probably have plenty, but the seed, I don't know if I'm going to have enough seed to finish the other field. We'll find out. It may happen here too, but like I just never seen it. Like I live in a lot of cornfields and stuff, so like I've seen farmers doing things. I just never seen them roll the fields and stuff. Alright. We fixed it. Look, it's done. No more gaps, no more bald spots. That looks kind of like a bald spot, I'll be honest. You just boop it. Sure it's fine. Alright. Yep, no bald spots remain in these fields. Beautiful. The last one is this one. They're actually growing soybeans in this field. Is it already, like, planted? Oh, no, it's red beets. Why does it look like it's the same? Oh, it's because it's growing. I'm a dummy. There's the thing that shows us what's planted. I think this is the last of the down and backs, and then I can jump in and do the headlands. Got an early finish for once. Nice. Well, welcome back, Capri. Appreciate you dropping back in. Norska, good to see you as well. Hope you guys are all having a great day. Alright, now we will set this up for me. And then I will do the headlands real quick. Go the other way. Missed the littlest chunk on the corner. Just trying to be annoying, I guess. What up, Mikolaj? Good to see you as well. Appreciate you dropping in. My video for World of Warships Legends posts at noon every day, which is in about 45 minutes, my birth. And yes, there is a video ready to go. If you're a member on the channel, you get early access to the videos as soon as they get uploaded. But if you're not, then at noon Eastern Time, US, every single day, my video for World of Warships Legends goes up. I won't be streaming Legends today, because I'm streaming this game. And I did stream yesterday. And we'll catch that corner that it seems to have missed. And that should be this field cultivated. Now, once we own this entire area, we'll combine all these fields. There's no reason to have all these fields as separate if we're going to grow the same thing in them. Like, if we're going to have different things growing, that would be a different story, but I think we're going to just make it all one big field. Might even turn it into cotton or something, you know? Who knows? Alright. Fold it up. We are done cultivating. And then we'll get the planting started. Yeah, no problem, Mikolaj. Appreciate you dropping in, man. What up, Nuts? How's it going? Hope you're having a good day, too, Mikolaj. What I would like to do at some point is once we get all these stumps, like, once we get all these stumps cut up, I would love to turn this, like, mulch it all down and turn it into a big grass field so that it looks nice. You know what I mean? I think it would look really good. Wish you could say the same for your head. No more bald spots. Hey, dude, I hear you there. I had a really bad bout with alopecia the last year, and I have a really big bald spot right on the back of my head. Fortunately, I have long hair, so it hides it. But I'm still waiting for the hair to grow back there. And that is pretty tough, man. I ain't gonna lie. My hair is one of the few things that I actually like about myself, so. Yeah, the lumberjack mod would come in handy, so you can remove the tree stump as you cut it down with a chainsaw. But you're not wrong. Yeah, the steering assist comes in real handy. Like, I'm really enjoying the steering assist as well. And like I said, the AI is way better. This is the most work we've done on the farm in a while by hand. Usually I just hire AI to do it. But, yeah, I don't mind doing the work. It's just nice to be able to do other things at the same time. Put sheep on that hill. Oh yeah, I forgot. They have changed the way the, they have changed the way that, like, the pastures and stuff work. You can now create, like, your own, like, pastures. I did forget about that. So now I could have a sheep farm where the sheep actually seem to roam over the hill and stuff. But I haven't looked into doing any of that yet. Now, does that allow you to have more animals? Like, if does a bigger like area give you more animals like, to hold? Like, that would be pretty sick. It does? Oh, that's awesome. I might have to get back into doing some sheep. Getting low on seed. I think we're going to run out before we finish this field. Only problem with that is then that would create a lot of pallets of wool, I'm assuming. And pallets right now are a pain in the butt to have to pick up. Especially a bunch of little pallets. Well, I feel sheepish. No more freebies.
Well, I feel sheepish. Alright, you bad boy, but no more freebies.
Thank you, Jess. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's true, but then you're not getting the right amount of stuff. Now, once you get, like, say, a spinnery, then you would be able to distribute those pallets straight to the spinnery. I think. Pretty sure you could. What up, DJs? Just think of it as a convenience fee. That you're not wrong. There's a lot of things that I pay convenience fees on in this game because I don't like to do the work. Oh my god, we got 7 liters left. We are so close to the end of the field. We're gonna run out of soybean or run out of seeds. And we're out. Dang it. Look how close we are, man. So close. It's alright, though. We'll run over. Run over and get us some seed. And might as well fill up the fertilizer while I'm at it. Also, we can return that field. Or return that plow. Now, I'm pretty sure there's a couple of different ways you can return things. Like, you can return it by the menu. You can also click on the map and then do it this way. There's a couple ways you can do it. I prefer the old way, though, having the dedicated leasing area where you just click on the thing you want to return. I'm enjoying it so far, DJs. Yeah, there's some bugs that we've had to deal with, but nothing to the point where I have wanted to uninstall the game. Though the trees disappearing yesterday was pretty close. I'm not gonna lie, that was really disheartening, because we'd waited over a year for those trees to sprout up, and they were halfway through their growth cycle, and they just yeeted themselves into oblivion. Not ideal. Like, one thing that I would end up doing is, you know how there's a mod on PC for, like, deliveries? Where you can, like, actually order stuff shipped straight to your farm for a little bit extra? Like, I would totally do that. I would do that in a heartbeat. Alright, let's buy seeds. 1 pallet will do. Beautiful. Alright, now we take this back over, finish that field, and we will be set until June, where we sell off our soybeans from last year. But the goal is each year to make a little bit more money than the previous year. That's always the goal, right? So, like, every single year we have managed to make just a little bit more than the previous year. That is always going to be our goal. And everything that we do should be to set that up. Like, whether it be adding equipment to help us get things done faster so that we can get more done, so that we can add more fields, which add more money, add more, you know what I mean? That is the goal. Each year I should be making a little bit more than the previous year, if I'm doing my job correctly. Now, obviously, we have some loans that we need to deal with. I would like to get them dealt with in the relatively near future because I feel like in the Broke to Billionaire series, we kind of lived off of loans for a while. And I don't like doing that. I feel like that's kind of cheesy, kind of defeats the purpose. So I would like to get the loans paid off that we currently have, which I want to say we have about $400,000 in loans. So we need to start working on that where we can. I can't tell if this is a bald spot. I mean, it shouldn't be. But we'll go over it real quick just to make sure that it isn't. What did I do? There we go. And then one last little area and we are done. Perfect. Beautiful. What up, Fenrir? How's it going? Yeah, most farms don't drive to a petrol station to fill up. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, my dude. I would, but I don't have the like area to set up my overall like buildings yet. We don't have the finances. We don't have that. But yeah, no, most farms would have some sort of fuel storage on site and then have fuel deliveries made. So you're not wrong there. We will eventually have that because you can absolutely buy the fuel tanks in game and have at your farm. But again, I usually get that once I set up an actual equipment shed. All right, so we're done with all of that craziness. We need to... Oh, I forgot. We could have been rolling the fields this whole time, man. I completely forgot. Shame on me. I will actually set the AI to start doing that while I work on getting another tree hauled over to our sawmill. Forgot we should have been rolling it. Should have been rolling the fields, man. This tractor's just been sitting around doing nothing for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Time is money, and we just wasted it. See if it takes over. Beautiful. Alright, let's go ahead and hook up to our winch. Go get a tree while he rolls the fields. Now, what I would like to see at some point, now that they've got the ability to have like the AI doing things like the GPS and stuff, I would like to be able to set up a work queue for them. So I have the AI working on that field. Once he finishes that field, I'd like to go to the next field and so on and so forth. If we could get that set up, just imagine how much nicer the game would end up. That would be nice. cut down the trees the tornado knocked out. You're not wrong, but we also have these to finish hauling. We only have a few trees left on the backside of this hill, so that's why we're just going to knock these out real quick. And then I got to clean up all this brush at some point. I'll probably do that in one of the winters. Man, all this brush is a problem. Hello? Oh, there's a freaking tree under me. Oh, now the freaking school bus shows up, of course. We don't need no stinking signs. Boop. How much does that give us? Not much. Okay, well, gonna need some more trees. But also, I don't own any trees that were knocked down by the tornado. I might down there in the bottom field, actually. There might be a couple. Most of the land that was hurt by the tornadoes wasn't ours, though. So the best way to do this. I imagine coming through here, I guess. Kinda wish I could run with a chainsaw, I ain't gonna lie. Would be nice. Hopefully that's not stuck on anything. Like, I got pretty good with the whole tree thing. Like, there's a lot of snags and stuff that you get stuck on. But once you figure out, like, the best way to do things, it's really not that bad. Boop. Was that 5,400? Still need another one. I mean, that would get us through, like, a month, but need more than that. Get out the road. Oh my god. I always forget about the fucking physics. Why are the fork physics so bad? Why are they so annoying? Alright, let's grab this one. Run up to the tree. Then pull out the chainsaw. What up, Reflexia? Good to see you as well. How big of a tree are we? 12.9 tons. Alright, we got a big boy. We got a big boy! Big old American elm tree. Dutch elm disease on our side? No. We've got things like we've got emerald ash borers that are a problem, that have killed a lot of trees. We have a beetle out west that I can't think of, that they have a big issue out west, with bugs, destroying trees. And then we also have, can't think of what else. There's some other stuff I can't think of. But yeah. We have our own issues, that's for sure. But to my knowledge, I don't think we have any like, elm disease. I could be wrong, of course. Not exactly, tree expert. Perfect. Oh, dear. Well, there you have it, folks. That is our first official crash. Come on, man. That is our first official crash. I hope I saved it recently. I hope I saved it recently. Otherwise, I might cry. I might cry. All right, how much? We've got 42 hours and 14 minutes in this game so far on this playthrough. Oh my god, I've got to go all the way back. Oh, motherfucker. This is the last time it saved. Oh, that is sad. Alright, return this. That is so unfortunate. Yo, Grim, thank you for the 10 gifted, my dude. Go get our freaking seed and our fertilizer. That is so sad, man. I gotta finish that field again. I gotta start the rolling process again. We just lost so much progress. All that work with the trees, gone. Alright, and then we need to grab seed. And I think we had fertilizer over there, right? Or did we end up buying a thing of fertilizer? I think it was a pallet already over here. Beautiful. Also, this tractor needs fuel. Let's do that while we're here. Alright, brother. Appreciate you dropping in, man. Enjoy your dinner or your lunch. This is going to be expensive. $339. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought. This must have a relatively small fuel tank then. Also, this tractor only has 4.6 hours on it, but we're already, like, almost worn out. Wasn't this a brand new tractor when we bought it last episode? Pretty sure it was. I think I'm gonna freehand this instead of setting up setting up the steering and stuff. I mean, overall the progress wasn't that much lost, but still, kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. And just like that, we're done. A little bit too fast. A little too fast. Get this up here, store it. Now let's go get our winch. Also, while I'm thinking about it, God darn it. Sometimes I think this game trolling me for reasons. Stay. Now we don't have to worry about the forks getting caught in everything. What up, RC? Good to see you. Jester? Appreciate you, man. Be safe on your trip home. Also, enjoy your dinner, RC, as well. Appreciate you dropping in. Doop, 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 doop. Where's my tractor hiding? I hear it. There it is. I got you. Don't worry. I saved. Also, I just realized that it's not the tractor that needed repaired, so it's the planter itself. So we'll have to do that. That's probably going to be a decent amount of wood in here from that one piece. That's only 6,100. Never mind. Go back and get some more. Well, that was unfortunate. AI worker has finished that field. That's good. Let's pull you out of that field and send you to the next one. Just dragging the roller across the pavement. What could go wrong? We're gonna do it. Good. Alright, so much brush. Grab this. Run over here. Wrap it around the bottom of the tree. Apparently this is two different pieces. 4.4, 5.1. Okay. We'll see if it all comes or if they are actually two pieces. Like it or not, you're coming with me, tree. Boy, you're a pain in my neck. Like I said, you're coming with me. Get over it. Look out, Daisy, coming in hot. Dude, these wide branches that grab onto everything are the devil. There we go. Perfect. Literally perfect. Now that we got that filled up, we'll go ahead and save. I can save the other tree for next time we need it. Also, for those of you wondering, the video for World of Warships Legends should be officially live now, so if there's anyone still hanging out wanting to see that, it should be officially live. Alright, we're going to go ahead and set this up for us. Nah, you're all good, Jess. I don't blame you. Getting that thing saved is probably a good bit. That's our first crash, though, so I can't really complain. We've had a lot of freezes where it's come close to crashing and it's never actually crashed. That was a legit crash. That was it. It was done. What's the plan for the big field? Well, we're right now everything is being planted in soybeans. So that's the current plan. We may end up changing crop types at some point in the future, but right now that's where we're at. I have no idea how it managed to lock onto that other piece, but this is the part that we want. Kind of tight over here in this corner of the field. I can't see crap. It wasn't the most efficient use of that space, I don't think, but we got her done. Missed a little chunk, but I don't mind. Just a little tiny piece. Do our headlands around the edge and we'll be done with this field. Move on to the big field. Did I call Johnny Rico to clear my bug problem? I don't know what that reference is from, but nope, nope, sure haven't. Beautiful. Fold it up, go to the next field. Getting low on fuel in this thing, too. I'm enjoying it, NASA. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Oh, yeah, I've never watched Starship Troopers. I know Aaron and guys always talk about Starship Troopers, but I've never actually watched it. That one like spot in the field is kind of driving me nuts. Is it any better than FS22? Yeah, the AI is way better in this. It's got GPS and in the base game for consoles for the first time. Um, you can see I'm using the GPS system right now, the auto steering and stuff for console. I'm on an Xbox Series X, but yeah, it's a lot better. There's a lot of improvements, man. The weather system, the ground deformation, the animations, a lot of the textures have been reworked to be better. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of good to like about the game. You gotta admit, having the ability to do this auto steer is so freaking satisfying from an outside, like just watching everything be perfectly straight all the time. It's pretty satisfying. Now, the only thing is there's definitely some optimization issues that they gotta work on. There's, I mean, look at the fog laying over the river right now. Like, that's new in this game, like the volumetric fog and different lighting and stuff. There's optimization issues on consoles specifically. There's some bugs that are in the game currently, but I'm sure they'll get those fixed relatively quickly. I'm hopeful. And then once the mods start coming out, this game's going to get insane, I'm sure. We've already planted. We have planted soybeans in all of our fields. We're just rolling over the soil now. So we're compacting it down, setting the seed bed in place. We've already cultivated. We've already seeded or planted. So now we're just rolling over the soil. How the do you play Sherberg? Overpinned a broadside Mogami 4 times. Just get good at the game. Nah, I mean, the super cruisers for the French, or the big heavy cruisers for the French, whatever you want to call them, they are definitely unique. But once you figure out how they tend to work out, like, they're so much fun. I enjoy them anyway. Still doing any timber work? I mean, we're still running the sawmill, taking the trees off of our current property and running them through the sawmill. Um, our trees that we had planted, unfortunately, that is a bug and got yeeted into the oblivion. Nothing I can do about that. But yeah, other than that, like, I plan on doing timber work eventually. But if I can't grow my own timber uh, without having them disappear, it doesn't do me any good, right? I can't guarantee that they're going to be around. It takes so long to invest time into the trees. If they're not going to be there when I need them, then it's a waste of time. So for the time being, I'm going to focus on crops, just trying to make money to grow the farm. Now, obviously, if we were just doing the logging, like, we could just go with setting everything up to where you plant all your trees and then you fast forward through time until they're fully grown. That would avoid the bug. But apparently, the bug is when you're in stage 2 or stage 4 of their growth. They if you log out and log back in, they just delete the trees for whatever reason. So for now, we're kind of limited to just clearing all the brush trees and stuff that we have on our property, utilizing what we can out of it. That has been our primary moneymaker up to this point, because we're not earning a lot off the crops. Okay, we'll do our headlands pass here on the outside. And we'll do our headlands around the top, headlands down the right, or the left side of the field, and then we'll end at the other field, and then do that. And that'll be all of our fields planted and rolled, and then we just got to hit it with another set of fertilizer, and then spray the weeds, and we'll be good to go. But that'll be next month. How do you always have teammates that can't do their job? Because that's the majority of the player base. As unfortunate as it is, that is the majority of the player base. So you're always going to have people that just simply aren't very good at the game. That wasn't the smoothest transition I've done yet, but we got it done in the end. You got a Jaeger out of BFE that thinking he's a battleship. Yeah. Again, you just expect the people around you to be useless, and then you'll be surprised when they actually aren't. That is my best advice. Also, we're 33 likes away from 100, so if you haven't had a chance to slap that like button for me, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get that little corner. Now, I will say this. Given that this road appears to go down to a bridge in between these fields, that field there will probably stay separate. But these fields inside this road will probably be turned into a much larger field overall. But that'll be once I own that. I know that there's technically a bridge here too. But I feel like out of all of it, like this bridge, as nice as it is, it's less about like this. I can combine these three fields and not feel bad. That other field, that road goes all the way up to the road. Whereas this is more like a convenience. I don't think it's meant to be used by anybody. Gonna get yourself a nice Chinese takeaway. I mean, the good news is today is payday for me, so I should be getting paid today. In theory. Yep, I got my paycheck. Woohoo! I'll be broke in like 5 minutes. That means it's about time to wrap up the stream as well. Payday is the one day of the month that I have to do so much errand running. What has been the most difficult crop for me to manage so far in this series? I haven't had anything that's been difficult, to be honest. We've done a little bit of oats, we've done a little bit of wheat, we've done a little bit of soybeans and canola. None of them are particularly difficult. They're pretty much entry-level crops. You don't need a lot of specialized equipment or anything. There are definitely specialty crops that are a little bit different, but yeah, overall it's really not anything crazy. Let me just knock this out. That way I ain't gotta worry about it. What up, Bob? How's it going? Appreciate you dropping in. Reed, welcome back. Still haven't tried pot yet. Yeah. It's not in the game, brother. Alright, now we should be able to finish the headlands and be done. Hoping the next campaign will be a USBB of some kind. Doubtful. I don't think we'll get another USBB anytime soon. We have pretty much all of them. Bit unorthodox, but it worked. Go ahead and fold it up. What's planted over here this time? Barley. Looks like the farmer needs to work on weed control. His barley looking kind of rough. That's why somebody like me's got to step in and buy all the land up. Because these other farmers, they just don't have what it takes, man. They just don't care enough. They don't care enough. So I got to step in and show the world what a little bit of extra effort can be. All right, so that is all of the planting and rolling done. The only thing we need to do now for the next harvest is to simply go forward a month, re-fertilize the fields to get our second coat of fertilizer, and then we will be able to also weed our field by spraying a herbicide. But after that, it'll be all smooth sailing. But I think that's going to be in the next episode. And so thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. We will get everything going forward. Actually, I'll go ahead and go forward a month. It doesn't hurt not to. But we'll go forward into the next month, and then we'll check and make sure that the house is not moved forward. Hopefully it does, but probably won't. But the farming's going good, man. Farming's going good. We're slowly making progress, increasing the size of the farm. But I'm pretty happy with our progress so far. Even with a few setbacks here and there, we've managed to continue to make a little bit of progress. Hey, we're starting to get more. Did it change? It changed, chat. It did change. So yeah, I think the bug is actually that they're like always like one thing short. So we need 6 pallets of bricks and 1 pallet of cement bags to continue the build process for our house. So that's sick. All right, well, that's something we will get into in the next episode. But for now, that's going to be the end of today's episode. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I still think that this is going to be an amazing view once we get this property sorted out. Because look at our farm, man. Our farm is looking so good down there. Like, look at it. It's just gorgeous. But anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. And if you like what I'm doing, punch the like button. Leave a comment below. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And as always, I will see you in the next video.